Hey, how's it all going? I didn't die since last stream, so I think I'm in the clear finally. How are we all doing? It's been a long time since we had an actual dev stream. I feel like I keep canceling them for one reason or another, but today we're finally back with a proper dev stream, not doing disaster recovery or anything, but actually doing some coding. And I think this is going to be the first time that I'm going to be doing this kind of work on stream because in the past, well, I guess I should clarify what this kind of work is. Today, I'm going to spend the beginning of stream just working on my data set and training a new conversational model for Irma because again, if you weren't here last stream, which I assume most of you weren't, well, not last stream, but last Just Chatting stream, I was trying a new fine-tune model for Irma, but that model, it did achieve the weaknesses in fixing the weaknesses that I did have with Irma not being able to handle longer conversations, but there was the problem where she had some really overfitted answers where she would always start a response with, oh, username, oh, Jaggies, oh, Umdy Smith. I don't know why I can't say his name properly, but I'm trying to, I'm trying a new approach to my fine tuning. It's not really a new approach, but just like not restarting from scratch every single time. And this time I want to actually iterate upon the previous fine tunes that I have. That way I do know the weaknesses that I need to work upon and I can just try and fine tune those out, right? Kind of vibe it out. But yeah, I've been spending a lot of time in the last 2, 3 days. Instead of video editing, I have been working on this. And I feel like it's a bit of a side quest, but I am very happy with the progress that I have made so far. She calling me Danon for some reason. Did she call you Danon? I don't remember her calling you Danon. But let me show you kind of some of the work that I've been doing off stream because I am pretty proud of this. So, first of all, this is the framework machine, right? The machine that hosts Irma V and all of her, like the Vita core, the web application, all of that stuff, right? I was originally using this as just an inference server because I couldn't get fine tuning to work on the framework, at least not using Unsloth, right? I wanted to use Unsloth because it just made fine tuning and training a lot easier with this integration with PFT and all that kind of stuff, right? And I didn't really know enough about optimizations to the fine tuning process to really be able to say, okay, I can take the transformers model, I can take the PyTorch libraries and just integrate it from scratch, right? I'm not really confident in doing so, so I wanted to at least have Unsloth able to use. And so up until now, every time I wanted to fine tune a new model, I've always used RunPod and used the Unsloth containers inside of RunPod. If you don't know what RunPod is, it's basically just like it's GPU rentals, right? You can get a container, you can SSH into it, and then you can do everything you need to do inside of there. And once you're finished, you can either upload to Hugging Face or download like a tar zip, and you have it on your machine. That's what I've done for Irma's models up until now. But my budget has been burnt up renting out GPUs. Like I'm nearing $200-300 on GPU rentals because I have a lot of experimentation that I want to do and a lot of data sets that I want to test out when it comes to fine tuning. So I can't feasibly keep renting out GPUs in order to fine tune these larger models that won't fit on my current GPU, right? My current GPU, I only have 12 gigabytes of VRAM, which is not enough if you want to do full 16-bit training, right? Which is needed for CPT as well as some fine-tuning scenarios. So I have my framework, right? I've had it since like October, November, but I haven't been able to use it for fine-tuning or training or anything using Unsloth because it's AMD and because it's Strix Halo, right? When it's AMD, it's a lot harder because, well, you're using ROCm instead of native CUDA, and the support for that just isn't as great. You're locked into using Linux, which is whatever, but the other thing is like a lot of packages that you would normally use for fine-tuning and training, they aren't compiled for support with ROCm out of the box, right? You can't just do pip install blah 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 and have that work. So the other part is the fact that it's Strix Halo. So on top of having the restriction that ROCm isn't as well supported, you have this entirely new architecture for GFX 1151 and specifically Strix Halo with its shared memory. And that is even more restrictive. You can't just use any ROCm you can't just use any ROCm library. You have to use ones that are compiled specifically for GFX 1151. And then you have to use the other packages compiled specifically for that version of ROCm that's compiled for GFX 1151. And so when I got my framework back in November, it was not usable for the purpose that I wanted it to use it for, right? I spent 2 weeks distro hopping, reinstalling the operating systems, trying to get Unsloth to work, and there was no resources on how to get fine-tuning working on the Strix Halo for like the longest time. And so I kind of gave up on that and I settled with using it as a inference server because I could at least get stuff like Llama CPP working using Vulkan, and then there were also already some ROCm builds of like PyTorch and whatnot, which is usable for my purposes, right? I don't need anything beyond 2.5.1. But since then, there has been a lot of improvement for support for Strix Halo specifically. And you can already see on stuff like PyTorch.
At least you can use anything more than the base code, random, numpy, and pickle.
Yeah, at least you can use anything more than that. But the good thing is that PyTorch now finally has returned support for ROCm inside of its latest builds, and they even built it for all the previous versions, right? All the way down to 2.5.1, which was for the longest time, I would say for the last year or so, the oldest one that they supported specifically for ROCm. After at this point, I don't know why, they just stopped building it, but now support for it is back, and I'm happy for that.
End my suffering, smiley face.
But the problem with this is that it's still not good enough for running with Unsloth and Strix Halo, right? For generic AMD GPUs, this is completely fine. But for my case, this isn't usable. And so over the last 3 days, I decided like, okay, I need to fix this budget situation. And so I started looking into solutions for training with Unsloth on the Strix Halo, because it's been a long time since then. And I would assume that given that this is an AI centric computer, that there would be finally some support for it. And I did some digging and I ended up finding like some projects such as this, as well as, I don't know if I can find Strix Halo Unsloth Toolbox. Something like this. I believe it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. You basically have some repositories like this, which are focused on trying to get Unsloth fine-tuning working on your Strix Halo machine, right? And these ones include scripts for installing all the dependencies or starting up Docker containers, which have all of the stuff in there already to start fine-tuning. However, a lot of these are specifically for Ubuntu, or they're kind of outdated since then, right? Like some of the download links are 404ing and whatnot, which is kind of problematic. Because for this one, I could just install a container and then run this. But even when I tried going through this, there was some problems with my shared libraries, which weren't working correctly inside of Arch. And so, how do I put this? I do have some of these working for Arch Linux, right? I have PyTorch working for Arch Linux and all that stuff. It's just that a couple of these don't really work out of the box. But I was confident in that if I were to switch to a different distro, then I believe the setup for Strix Halo and Unsloth would be a lot easier. And so I've decided to basically migrate my entire system over onto Ubuntu, right? You can actually see here that I don't have any of the code for Irma here anymore. If I go to services, I don't even have Caddy installed, right? I literally just reinstalled my entire OS yesterday, and I've been working on trying to get Unsloth set up since then. Don't worry, I still have Irma's code inside of a archive on my NAS, and I still can set it up from GitHub. Does it cause a lot of problems? Save money now to suffer more later? Hey, it's save money now to suffer less later. This just makes working on training and making new models a lot faster for me. I'll talk about it in a little bit, but there's more reasons besides budget for the reasons why I wanted to switch to completely local fine-tuning. But yeah, I completely made the switch over onto Ubuntu, so no more I use Arch, by the way. I use Ubuntu, by the way. I'm using a headless Ubuntu version, and so basically just Ubuntu server, and I'm running everything here now, right? This just makes it so much easier for me to actually have to follow like tutorials and to work with packages, a lot of the mainstream packages, right? Because they all have support for Debian-based operating systems, but very few of them have official support for Arch, for example. And I also wanted to fix up my install of like Python and all of its stuff, right? This is a much cleaner operating system setup that I have going on here. And I'll be honest, setting up Ubuntu was a lot more painless. Not only that, but I guess I'll get into the next reason why I'm making the switch over to Ubuntu, or why I'm switching operating systems to begin with. It's because now that I want to use this as a training server as well, I can't really use BTRFS, right? My home directory and my entire root directory, they were archived as BTRFS and they were being snapshotted. But the thing is, it's not very good if you have a lot of data being generated, files being changed and manipulated over time, because that ends up blowing up your snapshot storage a ton. And so I wasn't really comfortable with trying to run training and experiments on my system, especially with the new direction that I'm heading, without being worried about the risk of running out of storage and then bricking my system again, right? And so I wanted to reinstall my operating system and reformat all of my drives to just be generic extension 4 or ext4. I don't fucking remember what it was again. And not BTRFS. If I want backups, I already have Clonezilla. I feel like that's good enough. I'm just gonna do it like a monthly backup or something like that, and that should be good enough. Because all of the data, I'm not going to be saving all the data on here. I'm going to be trying to save as much as possible onto the NAS now. And what else was I going to say? Another reason why I wanted to move completely locally is because, not gonna lie, dealing with networking or the limitations of network speeds is just really crap in my opinion, because I was using like some third-party container to run, no, some third-party service to like boot up a container, SSH into there, and to work from there. Given that a lot of my files, a lot of my data sets are local, having to upload all of my data, my models, up into the cloud, and then having to download them back onto my machine, especially with the limited bandwidth that they provide, it's just like, no, it takes like an hour maybe just to upload and download data, when if I'm just working locally, I could just do it in a matter of seconds, right? Which is a lot easier in my opinion, and it also makes it a lot easier because I don't have to muck around with managing container lifetimes and all that kind of stuff, right? I feel like this gives me a lot better insight. I have a lot more control, and I'm a lot less bottlenecked when it comes to network latency, which is the big reason why I wanted to locally train as much as possible. Now, how the fuck did I get Unsloth working on my setup? Because I did not use their systems here, right? Because I just found that they were out of date and they weren't working for me. What the fuck did I do? So, like I said previously, I had stuff like PyTorch working for Vita Core, specifically for Irma V's models, right? She has some emotion classifiers and chat moderation stuff that all run as transformers, using the transformers library, and they also have some dependencies on like PyTorch or bits and bytes and stuff like that. And those require a specific ROCm build, which is again not compatible using the ones provided by the official sources. So how did I get these ones? Well, if I still have it here, no I don't. Let me just open it up. There is this lovely, what the fuck do you call this? Archive? Repository? There's this lovely repository of builds specifically for GFX 1151. And I found this under an obscure forum inside of the ROCm GitHub. There was a discussion, and at the very bottom of this forum, like maybe has 5 like views or some shit, I found a link to this, and this is a bunch of packages, mainstream packages, built specifically for GFX 1151, which includes, you guys can't really see this, Torch, Torch Audio, Vision, and most importantly, Triton, the ROCm SDK, and NumPy. These were the main ones that I was missing. And I guess Torch is also important because Torch itself, I had a lot of problems trying to compile this from source, continuously running out of memory and stuff. But oh my god, was this a godsend, right? This provides all of like the packages I need in order to run a lot of LLM workloads. And it also specifies what version of ROCm they're specifically built for, right? So for this ROCm SDK, this one's built for 7.12.0, a 2026 January 28th. And then if you come over to the ROCm SDK, or not, well, one of these, right? I believe ROCm here. Yeah, you should be able to find it here. Somewhere all the way at the bottom. I don't fucking know, right? You should be able to find something here. But just grabbing any random one here will not work for Unsloth, right? Which is kind of the bane of why this took me so long to complete yesterday. If I come over to the Unsloth installation guide for AMD, this is what they say, right? Okay, just install PyTorch Triton, all the Torch stuff, and maybe Xformers from, let's say, ROCm 6.4, and then you install the rest of the Unsloth stuff like so, right? Unsloth, they allow you to use any version of PyTorch as long as it's older than like 2.7 or some shit. I don't know. But I tried that by grabbing the specific compatible versions, just manually checking and getting them from these lists. But that doesn't work. Why? Because there is a kind of ABI mismatch between Torch and Rockham in some areas, right? Like, I have this test script here. If I were to try and run this, right? If I were to try and run this, just try and create a tensor and put that onto my Rockham device. This would end with a segmentation fault because of that mismatch, right? And there's no way to tell it, to tell that this is going to happen besides downloading the packages and then testing it against here, right? The package manager is not going to catch this mismatch because it's just not specified that way. This is a much more constrained, this is a much more constrained exception that isn't caught by versioning or anything like that, right? Because I don't think their versioning properly captures differences in the ABI. And so it was pretty fucked. I spent 14 hours downloading, compiling, running different tests to both get a correct match on the ABI, to also make sure that stuff like Triton and all of that stuff, they aren't going to segment fault or they aren't referencing a outdated ABI when it comes to actually training models. And so I had to train some models just to make sure that all of this is caught. And then I also tested with merging. And so each of these might have taken like 10 minutes per combination. And I tested dozens, and I mean dozens of combinations until I found one combination that actually worked out, which ended up being these ones right here, right? These ones worked just fine for me. And I compiled everything into a script with all the testing and all that stuff. I even have a list of all the other ones that I was going to test as well, but didn't get the chance to test. And yeah, I spent all of that time just building out this repository that has just one run install script that installs like llama CPP, gets the proper binaries for the Strix Halo, sets up the entire repository, and now I can use this to actually not only fine-tune, but also continuously pre-train and merge models all locally on my AMD machine. Not to mention, I did properly set up my AMD machine again. So now I'm not limited to just 32 gigabytes of VRAM. I now have, TTM? Yeah, I now have 48 gigabytes of VRAM that I have allocated, which is cool. Hi, what are you building? I'm just talking about kind of some of the work that I've been doing off stream for setting up my workspaces, my AI workspaces for Strix Halo. So yeah, if you guys have a Strix Halo as well, and you want kind of a more local setup that doesn't use containers or anything like that, I have provided, or I have shared the repository on my GitHub under my Irma V organization here, and you can see it right here, right? So very basic. Oh yeah, I installed this stuff here. I guess I should mention that this is for Ubuntu LTS 24.04, I think. So any version of Ubuntu 24.04 should work. In fact, maybe older versions of Ubuntu as well. I'm not sure. But as long as you set up everything correctly beforehand, you can just run the install.sh script and that should be completely fine, right? I'll even link that in chat if you're interested. But yeah, that was everything that I did yesterday. And I finished this at like, what, fucking 6 a.m. or something? 6 a.m., went to sleep, woke up back up today, and next thing I did was working on this dataset maker. So on my current machine, I was doing dataset processing on my current Windows machine here. And if I can pull up the projects that I have. Training scripts. Yes, right. This is I can't zoom in any more than this. View, maybe? Arch icons, sure. I have these repositories here, which have a bunch of scripts that help me with creating my data sets, right? Or helping me with fine tuning. This is my unsloth one that I've been using, but I also have one for dataset processing and synthetic datasets, right? These are very, very scratchy, right? Honestly, they don't even like deserve to be in the same repositories as each other, like a lot of the work that I've done here, because basically what I've done is I have a bunch of, inside of my final repository, I have a bunch of data sets here, and then I have a script specifically for taking whatever data sets I have on my machine, consolidating, manipulating them into their own kind of data, and then consolidating them into a final data set here, right? But the thing is with this is that it's just so unorganized, and I have a hard time finding any of the information that I have here, and nothing is standardized. So whenever I want to go back and try and reuse a previous data set, I'm just looking at it like, what the fuck is this format? And what did I even do to even process this? I have no kind of like metadata setup. I have no kind of infrastructure setup to reuse components across each other. It's just a disorganized mess, right? And it gets even more disorganized when I also consider the synthetic data set here, where this is kind of different, where it's not just taking raw data sets and transforming them by like cleaning the code or by cleaning the responses or whatever. But instead I'm using models here that I've collected and have tested out, and kind of replacing the assistant responses with new responses using these role-playing models. And this is a little bit different because it ends up generating these new data sets, a bunch of these new data sets, which are of a different format, but I also do want them to be structured differently. And so they're kind of the same, but they're also kind of different because they have this extra synthesis code, and they also, I would also like to be able to look through them and manually filter through them, right? Using my dataset select. I don't know if you guys can read that. The text is really small. But I wanted to consolidate all of this together and actually standardize the way that I'm processing my datasets and creating my datasets. And in general, I just want to standardize this pipeline that I have going from raw data all the way up into a new model. Kind of standardize it in a way such that whenever I look at a model or a data set, I am able to kind of trace back my trail of breadcrumbs to see what I did to actually make this model and have it be completely reproducible if I wanted to train it again, right? And that's where this new repository comes in. This new repository, I'm basically following the raw canonical dataset pipeline, where basically you have a dataset of raw information, right? Inside of text to text, raw here, you can see that I have a bunch of data sets here, which contain just raw information, right? Stuff that you would download from Hugging Face, that you would collect from websites, from Irma's logs, for example, right? These all look super different. They all have like different formats. Like here you can see we have training here, but or Parquet. Yes, Parquet, you have Parquet here. But then if I click on Irma's logs, we have JSON-L here, which is completely different. And so what I would like to do is I want some way of turning these raw data into a cleaned up canonical, right? The cleaned up canonical, they'll have a version schema. And for each of these data sets, they have a special, specific built script for turning the raw data into this new schema. So this is the transformation step. This is the cleaning step. That's all of that, right? I already made an example one here, which takes, let's see. I already have a example one here that I made, or not an example, but one that I actually want to use. And this one is specifically for taking Irma's synthetic data set and turning them into this new canonical data set, which has a single file called dataset.jsonl, right? And as you can see, I'm already starting to try and add some metadata to keep track of the work that I've done here and to make sure things are reproducible in the future. So I might parse this out and make this machine readable. But again, there's nothing you can really do about this. Every single script has to be bespoke to the data set or the raw data that you're working with. And so this one is specifically for Irma's logs, Irma's event logs. And this script will take all of that information or the information from those two repositories, from these two data sets here, and it'll create a new data set that is our canonical. And this is the one that will be sourced from our data sets. And those data sets are then used for actual training, right? But the thing with this one, the thing that makes this one a lot better and more standardized is that I have integrations that allow to connect or to import and export data from my NAS in this more structured kind of repository, right? And so it's a lot easier for me to track and keep organized without a lot of effort, really, and without having to keep all of that information on here. And so whenever I import data, stuff like that comes into the data here, works on it here, takes this information and then copies it up into my canonicals here. What's the synthetic data do, by the way? The synthetic data is just, maybe I'm not happy with Irma's responses, right? Like for her just chatting streams, I'm not that happy with her responses, right? It's always overfitted with, oh, username, although username, hey, username, right? I want to basically change the kind of responses that she gives and create a new data set out of that, because I like the input data that I get from all of you guys inside of Twitch chat. It is much more realistic or much more applicable to a just chatting scenario because it is a just chatting scenario, right? It's just that I want to switch out the responses to be something that's a little bit better. And that's where synthetic data sets come in, because it allows me to replace those responses by using a different model that I can just give a personality prompt to, and then give it some extra instructions to kind of steer it away from the quirks that I didn't really like. Or I might say, okay, you are feeling this certain mood, I need you to give a response with this specific mood, right? It just gives me more control over the kind of responses that is inside of the data set if I want to replace ones that don't have the best responses, for example. And so yeah, this is kind of what I'm going to do. This one was specifically for canonicals. And then for actual data sets, I don't have anything for this one yet. And that's what we're probably going to start working on right now. I want a singular script that takes a schema, right? That takes a canonical that follows a specific version schema. And then depending on that schema, it will transform it, sample from it, do all this stuff to create a final data set, which I can then use to train or fine tune a model, right? So instead of having a unique script to parse every single canonical, instead there's just going to be one that parses out a single version of a canonical. Or yeah, a certain version of a schema. So I guess for this one, I can say schema version. We can say 1.0.0, right? And I should also have this be copied into the data set here. In fact, I'll update this in a moment. But yeah, I'll have a script that looks at the schema version, and then depending on the schema version, it will pick out the correct parser and apply the correct transformations based on this schema version. So that way we have a standardized data set depending on the schema version. Does Irma have continuous listening? This current one does not have continuous listening in the way that you're thinking, where I can be completely hands off and it'll automatically detect when I stop speaking. I have systems in place like that for previous versions, but I took it out because I wanted to change some things, right? I wanted to change some things and I haven't gotten around to actually doing that because my main focus has been getting her to actually respond properly. And then once she actually starts responding properly and I actually vibe with her, then I'll start talking to her. But, yeah. Also, there was one thing that I wanted to ask you guys. For all of you that are still listening right now, let me ask you a question. Do you, for the YouTube videos and stuff like that, do you actually care about the timer, right? And how many hours that I spent in total since the very beginning of the project up until now? Like, how much do you value that in the videos? Yeah, pretty good. Because I was debating this quite a bit. And in fact, I feel like I've already started down this path, but I want to stop timing everything that I do. So we can see your dedication, to be honest. I want to stop recording the time that I spend on everything because it would be nice to see how much time you have spent, but I don't think it should be the precise general range would be okay. Yeah, I'm kind of like on the side of Danny as well, where even, in fact, no, I might be even further down than Danny, where I might be, where I'm just thinking to myself, I can't keep timing everything because I feel like it's not a good representation of how long it would really take for someone to get to my point. And two, it's also inhibiting my ability to do the work that I want to do. Because okay, it's not an accurate representation because I've been pretty inconsistent already with what I've been timing and what I haven't been timing, right? It's like, think about it. I would technically already be over 1,000 hours if I counted all the time that I sat here waiting for things to download, or I sat here waiting for things to fine tune or train or do all of that kind of stuff, right? That would like add on an additional 200 to 300 hours to what I have been doing so far, but I haven't been tracking any of it. But then again, I've also been tracking a bunch of random stuff like, oh, the amount of time that I spent learning Blender, because that might be relevant in the future, or the amount of time that I spent doing other side quests and stuff like that. And so the original reason why I wanted to keep track of my time was to say, okay, 10,000 hours, that was kind of like the quote for the amount of hours that you need in order to really master something. And whether that's true or not doesn't really matter. It's just the mindset of as long as you keep working on something, it's like kind of having motivation to work towards a certain goal, right? Knowing that there is an end goal in mind when it comes to mastery. 10,000 hours, right? Extremely measurable, theoretically. But it is not very measurable, especially if you are doing content creation, right? This is the thing. Trying to keep track of time for videos is super fucked up because when I'm trying to make my videos, I want things to kind of be in chronological order, right? Because there's a timer on a screen. It would look super weird if I just jump back to 100 hours or so. But also, there's going to be a bunch of fucking time skips because I'm working on 7 different side projects at the same time, right? I'm working on fine-tuning for one thing, and a text-to-speech model on another, and an Irma's entire infrastructure in another, then Blender over here. Oh, what about the prompter? It's just like, there's all these different subjects, and yeah, I can keep a separate timer for each of them, but then it becomes like, I don't know. It's like, I've been inconsistent with timing already, so the timer is already pretty inaccurate by like, say, plus minus 100 hours just from my estimations, and then maybe another plus 200 or 300 hours based on the time that I haven't counted, which maybe some might consider that I'm counting. And then 2, it's like, I feel this hesitation to actually start working on other parts of Irma or skipping ahead to work on other parts that I want to get done, but I'm roadblocked because I want to also get this other stuff done for the video, for the sake of the video, right? It's like this tug of war between making more content for streams versus finishing stuff as fast as possible so I can actually make a video on it. And yeah, honestly, this is mostly coming from a point of view of I simply don't have enough time, and the processes in which I'm doing things right now when it comes to content creation is becoming a major roadblocker in trying to actually progress with my main goals that are improving Irma and just learning how to code, right? Why not focus on fixing each part first until it's fixed? Because I can't. It's because then I spread myself too thin, and then it would take literally years before I finish a video. Hello, S16, hello. So, yeah, that's basically my thought process. I don't want to time the stuff that I do anymore. I don't want to have to film every single little thing that I do either, because that as well makes editing so much harder, right? Like, I'm realizing this. I was talking to Lux about this back on Friday after stream, but I'm trying to make a video summarizing my progress with Blender just to make, just in the process of making that debut video for Irma, and that is taking me hundreds of hours so far to edit, because just if I were to remove all of the silence and just have the parts where I'm talking during that entire Blender video creation, even though I only spent 24 hours on it, on actually making the animation, I was speaking for 20 hours of it. And even then, like, some parts of the speech were chopped off at the beginning and end, and it's still 20 hours of constant talking, to which I have to manually go through and make notes about, okay, this is what I said, this is where I said it, this is what kind of clip I want to use for it. Basically annotating 20 hours of footage. And it's just like, fuck, man. Fuck. For the style of video that I want to make, this is just too much, right? I can't do this, especially if I want to have a video editor in the future. This is just impractical. And so, yeah, I want to change the style in which I make content, and I want to change the way in which I'm doing all of this work to make things a lot easier in the editing process, as well as in my goal planning process, right? Because I still have maybe 70 or so action items inside of my to-do list that are short-term goals, by the way. Short-term as in, not as in scope, but as in I want to get this done in the next 2-3 months or so. And it's a lot of stuff. And I can't do that if I'm also trying to focus on making videos, which take fucking hundreds of hours to edit. Sounds strange, but you got the idea. Yeah, and it's also like, I can't... at what point do I stop focusing on a lot of the beginner details and start focusing on the bigger ideas, right? I think at this point, with my progression with the videos that I've already made, I think I've graduated from talking about very basic, minute, oh, learn to code, this is the quirks of working with a new code base and all that kind of shit, right? Because it's like, yeah, Limit can't code, he's learning to code for the first time. It's not like I actually can't code, right? But this is just the problems that you deal with when working with a bigger repository, and I think I've highlighted that enough. I think now I should be focusing on really the bigger concept items, such as, oh, this dataset maker, I feel like this is something worth talking about inside of a video, right? This whole organization of data sets and the problems that I'm trying to solve there. Because at the end of the day, that is what coding is, right? Big picture ideas and trying to solve it with concepts, not, okay, here's the lines of code. Because also, that contributes to tutorial hell, and I am trying to actively promote people away from tutorial hell. Would have tuned in to start, but had to go check out Spark plugs and the mother-in-law's car in 20-degree weather. Sounds fun. But yeah, I've done, holy fuck, I've yapped for an hour straight. This is what happens. This is what happens when I don't talk for 2 weeks on stream. I just have so much shit to talk about. It was not. I'm so glad I don't have what's 0 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? Like 36? Sub 36 degree weather in Germany. It's so warm in Germany. I don't get it. They say that like, oh, it gets so cold, but the 2 winters that I've been here has been it's been t-shirt weather, man. Well, maybe I shouldn't be wearing t-shirts because I keep getting sick, but like, you get the point. Okay, so what are we doing right now? I just before stream, I literally finished making this canonical dataset, right? Mostly as a test trial to see that this kind of system is working, but also this is going to be the new dataset that I'm going to be using to seed the first fine tune for Irma V's chat model, which I'm going to be iteratively improving in the next coming week or so. And so I want to take this consolidated dataset or consolidated canonical, and I want to turn this into a proper data set now, right? And it's not going to be using a bespoke script to parse out specifically this data set, but rather I want to parse it out based off of the schema version, which I have just added here. And so, yeah, let's get started on that. Before I actually get started on that though, let me update my canonical here to include the copying over of this metadata, right? This metadata schema version, because yeah, I would like to have this information here for myself, but I also want specifically the schema version and the name for auto-generating dataset metadata, as well as actually using this information inside of the parser. And so if I ever update my schema in the future, I can just upgrade this to like 101, and then I would have a new parser for that. Something like that. So yeah, under process, this one's bespoke, so it's not very important. I just need to copy over this metadata file here. Copy. Should I add this to the NAS? I could make this a global function later, but it's okay. I don't have shutil either. Hold on, let me move my mic because I don't want to keep bumping into it while I type. Shutil, blah blah blah. Not copy tree, right? Shutil is for copying. How do I copy just a file? Can I ask something when Irma reads Twitch chat? Does she have the entire thing and choose one chatter, or is there something I'm missing? Currently, as it stands, she gets every single message that appears in Twitch chat and every single event that happens on Twitch, right? It just gets injected as like a regular user input. Formatted a little bit to actually tell who's talking and whatnot, but that's basically how it goes. Multiple user inputs and then maybe multiple assistant outputs consecutive at a time. That only works because I fine-tuned her that way. Normally you would only be allowed one user input then one user output, and you would have to alternate in that way. And if that's the case, then you could just consolidate those user input messages together. Copy a file. Oh, it has a copy file. Copy file. Let's have up here metadata. This would be. I would have a proper make this configurable later. Even though this is bespoke, I do want to reuse a lot of parts to this, right? So stuff like the metadata file, I need this to be standardized across every single one of my canonicals, as well as basically this process of importing, exporting the raw data that from my NAS, I would like to be able to parse this, import this over, and then give this back as a list. And so I might have a master script which does all of that and then hooks into this process file, for example. The process file is specific for the canonical that I'm working with, and then it can just parse it from there, right? Not sure. So she can differentiate between who is talking to her and who is not. Exactly. She's trained for multi-user conversation, right? Most models that you have, they aren't trained for multi-user. They're only trained for a single user, unless if you prompt them specifically for that, but it's much better to fine-tune them for multi-user in that case. Partially synthetic data sets, or did you create them all? A mix of both, but I would say the majority of it, like 95% of it, is synthetic. I just have like a few 5 that are like the golden samples, right? But I would say they don't really contribute much. For the most part, let's just say synthetic. I want to copy this over to the canonical directory and have this be YAML metadata.yaml. Yes, okay. And so if I were to run this again, then we should have time. Oh, I forgot time inside of NAS. Because for some reason, it doesn't automatically detect that it's missing, which I guess makes sense. Import time. Now this should be fine. It should take some time to run and complete. I might need to overwrite it just in case. Yes, overwrite it. And hopefully we should see the upload into the NAS with metadata. Yes, we now have metadata. This might take a little bit to open because it's inside my NAS. I don't know why it's taking so long to open. Hello. Whatever. Hold on, my light is flickering so much. Oh, can you tell me what part of the GitHub part of file so you can check out the code? Pretty please, because I'm reading through the entire thing, but my brain hurts. That I didn't upload my synthetic dataset pipeline. That is still completely local because I haven't really made a Git repository for it to begin with. So in talking with Irma, are you going to add more contextual memory to her chat so that she can have recollection of what people say? Yes, right? I'm gonna add a lot more refinement to her prompting or her prompt handling in the future. Just not right now, because my main focus is trying to get her to respond properly to the context that's already inside of her context window. So metadata here, this is already fine. And so we should be able to take the data here now and create it. So under dataset, I want to, how do I want to do this? We'll have like a master script and then a bunch of sub schema processors. And then, where would I want to put the datasets files or data files? I'm trying to think of how I want to structure this. Because I'm doing, say, let me just write the files here. Process.py. This is like the master one, right? But then we're going to have another folder called schema. And under here, we're going to have a schema like v100.py. And this one is specifically going to be for process schema versions 1.0.0, right? And then in here, we're going to import process schema version 1.0.0 or something like that, right? Something like this. I don't know where I want to put the dataset specific configurations. I don't know if I want to put them in the same file here and be like, yeah, Irma v chat, what am I going to call this? Irma v chat 05, let's say, .yaml. I want this to be YAML driven. And then I'll say, oh yeah, the name is Irma v chat 01. And the canonicals input, this would be, let's say this one. This would be here, and that should be it, right? That should be it. Something like this. And I might have some extra configuration in here being like, is this chat template, for example? Actually, what do I want chat template? Something like that, I don't know. Blah, 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 right? Just some sort of configuration like this. I don't know where I want to put this. Should I have it underneath a separate configuration? I have this config here, but it's being used for something else. I'm not sure. Because for canonicals, I'm keeping them in the canonical specific folder, but this doesn't really apply to data sets because they're more template driven. They're not bespoke. Maybe I should also have this be separated. The metadata of this be separated. That would make more sense, actually. Okay, under config, because these configs aren't used for anything, right? These are jack shit. Let me just get rid of them. I'm gonna turn this into configuration for the canonicals and datasets. So inside of here, we're gonna have canonical. And we're also going to have dataset. And inside of here, I can have my Irma v synthetic consolidate 2026 0208 0001. And I can throw my metadata into there. Yes, throw my metadata into there. I have this processing script. Inside of the metadata, I can say that the processor what do I want to call this? Process script. I'm going to call this Irma v synthetic. Yes, but we're not going to have process.py. This is just going to be the main one. Yeah, does that make sense? And then I'll need to make some edits to here. To do edit using configure using configurable. metadata.yaml. I'll need to do some extra work for that, but that is okay. This will create the output here. No, I don't care about that, to be honest. If it's schema version 1.0, schema version 1.0. I guess I can describe version 1.0 here. Data in datasets.jsonl. All format. Messages. Messages, something like that. This is my version 1.0. I'll probably have a proper archive of each of these schemas, or a definition of each of these schemas, but for now it's okay. This specifies the raw, the inputs. That's okay. And then under dataset, I can have or actually, no. Let's just throw this under canonical directly, rename, and just name it as the metadata. Like that, right? We don't need this folder anymore. This will make things easier. So I can make another file here. We'll call this irmav chat 05. We're gonna call this iteration 1, I guess. And this will be another YAML, right? Kind of similar to here. How exactly do I want to approach this? I'm just trying to think what I want to do for this, because yes, I've taken a specific schema, but maybe no. No, I got this all wrong. Because canonicals, they're the one doing all the processing, the transformations. The datasets themselves, they should not be doing any of the transformations themselves. And so all I'm doing is taking the schema version and parsing it down. And that's it, right? I'm parsing it down and then I'm consolidating all that information. I am not doing any additional transformations. If I want to do a transformation, then I would make another canonical, which takes a previous dataset or the code from a previous version, or maybe it just does an upgrade. I don't know. I haven't thought about that too clearly yet. But we can take this one. This one's going to be using for the input this consolidates, and that's all we really need. We don't need either of these. We're gonna call this irmav chat 05 0001, right? Because maybe for version 5 I might do different experiments to try and dial in a response before I finally promote it to get a final irmav chat 05. And so with this one, we don't need this script here. But then I also might want to version the data set, the schema, the config schema here, right? We're gonna have config version as well. Schema version, config version. Man, this is the thing I hate. Trying to get things to be compatible with each other and just trying to think forward in the future of, okay, if I want to upgrade this, or if I want to change the templates or in some sort of way, I need to be able to version things, right? But knowing what I need to version is just like something else. Config version, yes. The inputs, that's already fine. Mm-hmm. 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 Let's clear all of this. We'll put you on the side and I guess we're processing. Let's first make the processing script for version 1.0.0 here. And so what is this going to do? I'm going to take the process schema. Schema is going to be dependent on the directory. And so let's get the directory. Dataset directory. This is going to be a path. So from pathlib, import path. And with this, what do I want to give back? I want to give back a list of something. Some sort of object which can then be... No. No. This is going to be dataset dirs. Because what I would ideally have it do is this process.py is specifically only for routing, right? Specifically only for routing. Oh my god. Okay, let me think about this. So based off of this config here, we see we have a config version of 1.0. And so with a config version of 1.0, we can have a config processor. So process config, config file. And so this will process out the config and give us out the information that we need. But let's say this is for version 1.0.0. This will take version 1.0.0 and parse it out into the correct schemas here. So process schemas, right? Got to go. It's 2 a.m. here. Well, it was nice having you in chat. Good night, Shadow. Shadows. I want to process schemas here. But if I process the schemas, then we're going to have a fuck ton of code duplication as we have like version 01 here. Because then that's just going to process schemas all in the same, right? So ideally, I want to be able to process the schema, give back a list of directories, If I process config here, then I can split that off into the different schemas. And some schemas will be supported by some configs, some won't be. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna use the washroom. I'll be right back. I'll think about this. Okay, I'm back. I thought to myself, and I figured I might as well practice what I preach, right? I feel like a lot of what I've done so far, at least in the past, has kind of been gimped by the fact that I never do any research when I reach a section that I have questions about, but and has a pretty standard answer, but I just don't actually look into it, right? I should probably do some research into this. And by research, at least like a preliminary search with like ChatGPT or some shit like that. Don't ask him to whisper. Maybe so sexy it blows my underwear off. Okay, Yum D Smith. Let's calm it down. I don't have that seductive of a voice, let's be honest. I can close all of these because we don't need to worry about these. But yes, what do we need to search up, right? ChatGPT. And what are we gonna search with ChatGPT? Let's just ask it. I'm building a dataset creation pipeline driven by configs. It follows a raw to canonical to final dataset pipeline or stages. From canonical, no. What would a typical setup look like for the YAML configs? And how should these be parsed and used by the final dataset creation stage? What additional files would I need to include alongside my actual data files in order to assist with tracing reproducibility and I don't know, tracing and reproducibility. Let's just ask it this. I don't fucking know. Hello, wait, you're actually early today. This is the new dev time because it's actually a normal time for me. 7 p.m. start, 7 p.m. start, a normal time for me. Nice, solid architecture already. A raw to canonical to final pipeline maps really well to YAML-driven configs because YAML is good at declarative intent and human review. I'll break these into 4 parts. Overall repo and project layout. Okay, sure. Typical YAML config structure per stage, so a structure per canonical and unstructured for final, yes. And how configs are parsed and used at the final stage, and extra files for tracing, lineage, and reproducibility. That is everything I asked for, right? Is there anything else? Project structure might come along with the rest of that, because that's the actual time I'm able to watch. No way. 7 p.m. should be the new stream time for real. Typical project layout. Okay, so we have the dataset project with data including raw, canonical, final, which is what I have, source A, which is, this is basically what I have, right? This is basically my file structure here, right? It's actually exactly the same. We have configs here for raw, canonical, final. What is this raw one gonna be? I don't know what this raw one is, but I at least have these two. That should be fine. And then schemas, canonical schema, and final schema. I don't see how this is going to be different from this, but let's see. Schemas, pipelines, raw to canonical. It can't really be done this way, but sure. Canonical to final, this is what we're interested in. Metadata, we have runs, we have data sets, produced data sets. No, and the checksums is really unnecessary. Runs. Runs? No, runs does not make sense here either, but let's see what it has to say. YAML intent, code for execution, metadata, truth about what happened. Yes, okay. The YAML config designed by stage. So we have the raw config, which takes in dataset ID, version, type, URI, or no, the source, the ingestion, the validation, and the provenance. I'm thinking, no, this is not relevant to us because we might have CPT data, which is just raw corpus, in which case these validation does not really count for anything. Ingestion, sure, but it's also not really necessary. I think this is all just going to be handled by the canonical scripts, and that's fine. But the canonical stage config, we have the canonical name, yes, the canonical version. The canonical version, I don't know what this is going to be. The inputs, we do have the schema. This is going to take a specific schema file, which we'll see what that looks like. And then primary key. I honestly do not care about the primary key here. Transforms, the rename. Oh, that is something that I should probably consider, right? Having preset reusable transformations. Or no, I'm just gonna make a library for that. Same way that I have a library for NAS and all of that stuff, right? Same way I have a utilities folder for NAS and all that stuff, I'll have one for transformations. Although it would be nice to also state that within metadata itself, but that's fine. That's fine for now. Quality checks, null thresholds, and length constraints. This is extra metadata, right? Metadata for human trackability and maybe for automation in the future. I think for now this is fine because my main concern is just getting from canonical to final stage. So for final stage, we have dataset version 1.0.0. Oh, that is true. In the same way canonicals have their output schemas, my datasets should also consider their output schemas as well. And then there's the canonical version. Okay, fine. Where is this? We have config version and we have schema version. And they're going to be tracked differently. We have the different training test splits, all of that stuff. I haven't really been using splits at all. I'm not sure. I am... I don't think I'll be including these splits for now. At least for the time being, because I have no point for these splits. Especially since my data's not that good. Filters, field content, language equals en. That is true, we might want to filter for more data, but we don't have any of that right now. Labeling will come in the future. Outputs to parquet, compression split by. This will be determined by the schema version, I suppose. And then some metrics, additional metrics. Man, this whole data pipeline stuff is just, what the fuck, man. It's just so much metadata tracking. But for now, we don't care about the metadata tracking. Alright. So parsing of configs. Yeah. Canonical dataset. Filters, labeling, splits, and then format and write. Format and write. Thinking. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense that for each version of the config here, we would parse the canonicals depending on their version in a different way every single time. And now for config version versus schema version, I'm not even going to have that. I'm just going to have a singular version, because if I update the schema, the output schema, then I'm just going to bump the version. Same if I also change this YAML, right? And then I could have a change log for what the configs actually do. Right? Yes, I could have a change log that tracks that information. But for this one, same thing with this one, right? If I change the schema version or the config version, then it should be fine, right? I think schema version, config version. We'll just have a singular version as well. That would make a lot more sense, in my opinion. Okay, so this is going to be for scripts for parsing canonicals, and then, yes, canonical process, canon, or canonical, and then these process ones are going to be specific for the versions that we have inside of here, right? Version 1.0.0. So process canonical 1.0.0, process data set v1.0.0. How about that? The config file pointing towards this config file, and this will allow us to process it out. So we'll process out process data set YAML, for each canonical process based on its config. Right, that would make sense. And so let's first take this canonical. And so we're not going to get a list of things. We're just going to get a single directory, process it out, and then return back a... Do we return back a list or should we return back a generator? I guess we return back a generator, right? A generator that returns back something, some sort of type that we defined here later. And so what is this going to be called? Process canonical, process canonical. Inside of here, we should open, or if datasets dir not exists, or assert. So we would like the dataset directory to exist. We would like the metadata to exist. Metadata.yaml. And we would also like for the JSON-L to exist because that's what we're working with, right? Datasets.jsonl. Dataset metadata. Does not exist, and datasets data does not exist. Okay, so we're asserting that all three of those files must exist, which is good. And so we can, yes, we can download them now. Or not download them, but we can If it got to this point already, we already know the metadata is version 100, right? What other information would we need here, really? I guess we don't really need any additional information from here. So we can actually ignore the metadata. We're only concerned about the dataset then. So with open dataset JSON-L, here, let me just say dataset file. With this opening for, oh my god, Pedro. Such a banger. For this generator, I would like to return back some sort of data model. I guess we can have a base one here. Actually, fuck man, I actually can't make a decision. Why am I struggling so hard to make a decision? I just want to be able to consolidate all the different versions. Actually, I know what I can do. Inside of here, I'll make a new file, call this base.py. Inside of base.py, fucking, we'll just use pydantic or something. UV install pydantic. I love pydantic. And we'll end that to our py project toml here, pydantic. But inside of base, from pydantic import base model, we can have class canonical base, and we'll call this, yeah, this is just a base model, right? Inside of here, we'll have the base role. And this is just a string, as well as the base content, which is also a string. Yes. Yes. We can modify this in the future, I suppose. Or actually, yes, we can modify this in the future. What am I thinking here? Or do I want this to just be passed? Okay, no. What I want for this is I want to be able to have this be backwards compatible. So this is going to be the canonical object that is returned back by every single one of these, right? But this is not going to be static. This can be updated in the future, and we basically only return back if we have information within here that we want to return back, then we just populate those fields. But any additional ones that we might put in here, like say emotion, for example, emotion, this is just going to have like a default, right? And so that way it remains backwards compatible. It's like working with an API that you want to remain backwards compatible. And so for now, I want this just to have role and content, but role, we're going to make this into an enum. So from enum, import enum. And for our enum, why the fuck did it lowercase that? Stop that, please. Class, role, this is an enum. This will be user, and assistant. Yeah, we'll use assistant because that's pretty standardized. So we have those two, and for now, this is enough, right? For now, this is enough. Because yes, I do have the distinction between actions as well as info, but these have been reduced down to assistant and user at the current moment, and we don't have any special headers or processing for them. So this is going to be some sort of role, and we're going to have a field here for this to be a default value. No, to begin with, we're not going to provide a default value for these ones. But in the future, if we add something like emotion, then we'll want maybe like an emotion enum, and then have this be an optional kind of field, right? An optional field which has a default value of, let's say, neutral, for example, right? Just as an example. Make future additions back compat with defaults, right? That's basically the design pattern that we should be going for. And so this is the canonical entry. canonical conversation entry. And actually, we need to make a distinction between whether or not if it's canonical for CPT or canonical for chat. Should we? Canonical for chat. Yes, I think we should, right? This is a canonical for type. Chat. Right? Versus another one which may be CPT. Oh. You're totally right, Shadows. Oh my god. Just me yapping to the void for fucking however many minutes. Oh my god. Is Irma on her own machine? And if so, are you running the OBS WebSocket and remote controlling it? And the scenes from your machine? OBS is running on my own machine. Irma's code is running on a different machine. So basically, it's she's basically just like a web server, right? That's running everything on there. But then all the stuff that you see on stream is being sent from my computer. I thought you didn't want to show it. Me yapping about config files and y'all are like, when's this guy gonna switch the scene back? When's this guy gonna stop being so secretive? No. She's not connecting to OBS WebSocket. I'm not using OBS WebSocket at all. I'm just using media sources entirely. Media sources, audio sources, virtual audio devices, all that stuff. Because I found that the OBS WebSockets, they weren't cutting it out for me, to be honest. Like, there was a lot of limitations, and not just limitations, but I found that there was a lot of latency, at least. So this needs to be chat. This is V100. Oh wait, no, this should be... We'll call this chat 100. We'll version it like this. And then we can have another folder here, call this chat, and then put our stuff into here. Yes, there you go. Then we'll have another one for CPT in the future, but for now that's going to remain empty. This is okay, and we'll import it from .base import canonical conversation entry as well as role. And so when we're actually creating it, we want to create a conversational entry. So entry is equal to you. Thank you, Uncle Dendry, for the follow. So from here, let's actually parse out this file, this JSON string. So we need JSON, import JSON, JSON data is equal to JSON load S line, and from this we should have data.get messages. This is our conversation, right? Convo is equal to this. And so for oh wait, no, because this is just the chat entry, right? Canonical, okay, canonical message or canonical chat entry. And we'll have another one for class canonical chat. And this is going to have a chat that has a list of canonical chat entries, as well as a sure, we'll pass some metadata about it. Some metadata. This metadata is going to include the source, as well as the version, and I think for now that's going to be enough. This is chat entry. I feel like I'm gonna pass out and can't talk. Brother. Brother, don't become me. Have we not learned anything from my last month of being sick? Go take a nap, bro. You may have other stuff to do, but just go take a nap. You'll be so much more productive after your nap. Trust me. Okay, so we need to create an entry. And actually from this entry, it's going to be from a message inside of the convo. Inside of here, we're going to have a new entry, call this entry, which is going to take the role of yes, because we only have role and assistant right now, so that should be fine. And content is get content, right? So that's also completely fine. Now out here, we need this to have a chat like so. Dir name. Yes. And the version is just going to be, oh, actually, no, we should have this metadata here. Let's open this metadata, and let's also open the metadata as dataset file, and this one as metadata file. I need to add fucking black or some shit to format all of this because these lines are getting too long now. I'll do that in the future. But just like so, that's okay. And for this one, I need to actually read the contents. Metadata is equal to YAML safe load. And I need to add YAML here. So YAML.safeload metadata file, that's good. And we should have the metadata stuff here, right? So this is metadata.get name. Otherwise it is unknown. As well as this one being the version. Otherwise it is also unknown, right? Is this correct? Version, type, yes, and name. Version, type, name. What is limit even doing? I am just working on my dataset pipeline. The prompter, if I'm not mistaken, bro, got the complete opposite of what I'm doing. No. It's just dataset pipelines. So I don't have to make and fumble around with making bespoke scripts for my datasets every single fucking time. Because I swear I've written more lines of code for processing datasets than I have for the entirety of Irma. Like, it's fucking crazy. Why is my tab completion not working? Hello? There we go. That was weird. So chat.chat append entry, that's all good. Once we reach the end of this, then we can yield chat. And then once that's complete, we keep going forward. So this seems to be okay. Is there anything else we need to fix up for this? Process canonical, returns back the chat stuff. And from the base of it, we can get that information just fine. Canonical chat. We don't have a specialized canonical chat for this one. Yeah, okay. Complete opposite would be working on VTube Studio? I guess so. But it's like pretty there for being on the other side. I heard prompter at the beginning and it stuck to me. It's okay. So this is fine. I can come back to the process thing here now. From the config file, what are we gonna do? We are going to, actually before we do this, let's fix up this import to be canonical chat v10, and we also need 14 base here to be canonical chat, and yeah, let's just do canonical chat. Show with okay, yeah, we're gonna open the config file and we're going to read the inputs as well as the version. Or actually, no. If it got to this point, if it got to this point, then we should already know what the config is. Config file. You only care about the metadata here. Don't care about the data. We just care about the metadata. In which case it should be okay. No, I'm dumb. So for here, we're gonna create another file here or folder here. We're gonna call this dataset or process. Process, dataset, I'm just call this dataset for now. Inside a dataset, we're gonna do kind of like the same thing we have in here, but let's create v100.py. And actually this is gonna be for chat specifically. Open folder, chat. And inside of here, we're going to create this here. So this will be inside of dataset canonical, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there needs to be a better way of doing this, I'll be honest. Actually, if I'm doing it from process there, the master script, then I can just call canonical like so. Canonical chat based, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. And so, we can have process dataset, which will take the config Man, Why am I brain farting so fucking hard right now? Um... Okay, we're going to create metadata from Pydantic, import base model. This is going to be our dataset config or dataset metadata. And inside of here, we're going to have all of this information, right? Not this information, but this information. And so we'll have name, this is going to be a string. We'll have our version, this is going to be a string. And actually this should also be, let's say chat 100. And this will take the input, which is a list of strings. A list of strings, yes. So this will be metadata, and we should already have the correct version, but we have the name and we have what's more important, the data here, or the input here. And so we don't have to open this anymore. We can just say for input data sets in metadata.input. We can process out the canonical, get back the chats from there. So the canonical chat, and with the canonical chat, write canonical chat to final data set. We can just do that because this is just going to be for consolidation. I'm not doing any extra transformations. I'm not doing any extra sampling. I'm just taking everything as is and putting it into there because we have nothing really special going on here in terms of tagging and all that stuff. And so the output data set, I'm going to have this as a constant. Output file or data file is equal to dataset.jsonl, sure. And the path, I guess we do get the name here. Right, we get the name here with open. I should import the constants from common.constants, import where are you? Constant, here we go. Working directory. Import working directory. I would also like to know the canonical directory as well as the dataset directory, because this is also going to handle importing and exporting of data, right? Actually, before I even do that, I need to import the data from here. And so from common dot, what is it, nas, import canonical data, as well as export dataset data, right? Yes, export dataset data. These are the two that I need. And so what I first need to do is this, right? This is going to take our data set file name, look inside the NAS, copy that data into our working directory, and return back the dataset directory so we have that exact file path here, right? Is that all I need to do? There is some extra parameters that I might want to set, such as force and fast fail. I think I'll have force equals true. This makes it so even if I already have a copy of it inside of mine, it's going to forcibly overwrite it with the latest version inside of the NAS. So force is equal to true. We don't care about fast fail because it'll never get to that point then. And yeah, so we've imported it. We're going to, for canonical inside of processing, this input dataset. This input dataset. Yeah, process canonical. This process canonical dataset directory is looking for the exact directory, not the directory name. So I need to pass back this dataset directory here. Data dir name. Here we go, data dir name. This is better. So for canonical, this is for each of the chats. Then I will be writing this into my file. So inside of here, we'll have os.make dirs how do I do it for the common process here? Do I make it at the very beginning? Yes, I do. Okay. So make dirs, this is dataset directory? No, this is working directory with the metadata name, and that is okay. Then we can open it. So f out like so. Please don't show that. Right, that's fine. We open the directory. We copy over the directory. We process every single one, and we'll write them as they come in to our file. We're going to model dump JSON. That's correct, but we're going to exclude any unset. Yes, because we only have role and content right now. Anything else extra shouldn't be included. And this makes it so even if we add fields in the future, such as emotion, it won't get included into the dataset. And so that way it's actually backwards compatible, at least a lot more backwards compatible. So model dump JSON dumps a JSON string, and so I don't have to call JSON here to dump it into a string itself, which is fine. Is there anything else that I need to do for here? I don't think so. Besides that, we need to copy the metadata file, and so shutil.copy file. We also need shutil here. shutil copy the metadata file. Metadata file. This is I mean, I don't need to copy the metadata file like that. I already have all the metadata right here. So with open metadata file, write out, I'm gonna write out my metadata file here, or my metadata stuff, with everything included. So like that. not model dump JSON, but YAML dot dump, like that. I think this should work. Okay, will this work? We can give it a try right now. Oh wait, no, we're not done yet. This is just for processing, but now we need to actually implement the master script, which parses towards all of them. I need this to be backwards compatible as well. Okay, we're gonna make a file here called this base.py. Inside of here, we're gonna put in metadata. Yes, and then we can just import that from here, from ..base, import metadata. That should be fine. Did I accidentally copy over metadata file? No. Okay. I don't know where that went then. But this should be fine now, and now we can actually produce that inside of our process master script here. So inside of our process master script, we're going to include everything, right? So specifically from, we need init here. And init here. Do we need to? I really don't want to. Let's see if it works without it first. So from .datasets .base imports metadata. And so we'll also need argparse. Just do something like this. Argparse metadata takes a, no, we need a, was it? Actually, yes, metadata. This is going to be a type of path. Required true, yes, okay. I'm going to have a shorthand -m, parse args, and I'm going to break it down into here with open args metadata are, we're going to create metadata based off of that. Fread? No, because this is a YAML, right? YAML.saveLoadS. Safe load gets validated, turns into metadata. That's fine here. And then based off of the information we have inside of metadata, so match metadata dot version. We have case of chat like so and like so. Now instead of passing args, we can instead pass metadata. And so I believe this should be it, right? The supported dataset version, yada yada yada. Now we should be good. Except we also need to expose the common as a importable module, because that's apparently not the case. And we also need to load .env so we can get the actual directory information. Let's do something like that. And I need to make these configurable in the future. But I believe this should be it. Just checking again. Yes, I believe this should be it. And so, let us copy path. Python, run this process, and I'm going to be using this dataset file here. Copy path. Let's see if this works. Yep, okay, expect as much. Dataset base. Attempted relative import with no known parent package. That's about expected. Okay, let's see if adding init to all of these directories will help a little bit. Okay, let's try this again. Nope. .dataset.base import metadata attempted relative import with no known parent package. Where is it? Where is it? I know how to fix it. Datasets.datasets.base. It can't be relative. It needs to be absolute. So I have that now, and inside of here, no, inside of here, it should be datasets.datasets.base and .chat. There we go. That should be fine. This is already becoming a bit spaghetti, but whatever. This is canonical. Should be dataset.canonical. I believe that should be it now. Oh wait, no. .base. Fuck, man, I can't even do it like that. I don't know, I'll need to fix this up in later. It's because my scripts are in the middle of this entire directory and I'm calling it from the root here. It doesn't really like that when it comes to resolving the import spaces. Because ideally you would have a master script at the root of source, and then that makes it so everything below them is exposed for importing, but it just doesn't like it that way. Even if you do something like adding it directly to the path, right? I just don't know how to fix it properly. I've always had really sketchy workarounds for it. Whoops, I forgot to add field. Do I also need this for the other base? I mean, I don't really have anything for the other base, right? Yeah. List is not defined. No module named YAML. What? Oh. Import PyYAML and add it here. PyYAML. Common constant. What? Common.constants. Oh, because it's constant. My bad. Is that the same problem we have elsewhere as well? We don't even use it elsewhere. Or actually, it's out of process. Oh wait, no. For this one, for ease of use, I'm going to make it so -d dataset help is equal to name of dataset to process, to create. And this will automatically resolve the name from this directory here, right? And so from common.constant import not working directory. We're just gonna actually get it from here. Config directory. And we'll just get it something like that. Config / dataset. We'll make this configurable. Do configurable. And so from this, we can take the metadata, do something like that. Not metadata.yaml, but like that. It's not -h, it is now -d. Boom, what's this POSIX path? And it shouldn't be like this now, it should just be the name. Wow, validation error. What do we have here? Validate JSON strict under process 24. This is the structure we have, right? Name, version, string. But it's not correct, even though, where is it? Base, dataset, base. No, it should be under dataset, base, metadata, name, version, input. Why is this wrong? Name. Why is it doing that, huh? Config directory, which is dataset / the actual dataset name .yaml. When we load it, it shouldn't be consolidate. Oh wait, no, this is correct. Input type dictionary, yes. JSON should be, input should be a string, bytes array or bytes. Oh. Because this is a dictionary, right? Let me just do it like this. This is better. I don't need the validation. It will validate it automatically. Metadata has no attribute metadata. Where is this happening? Oh, why is it doing this? No, we don't need this. We need process dataset as process chat v100. Import OS, bro, it's just a bunch of fucking typos. Okay, here we go. Oh, exclude unset? Did you mean exclude unset? Oh, another typo. Yippee, I love typos. Exclude type. YAML is not... Import YAML. Okay, there we go. And is it good? Let's see. Under... Oh my god, this is getting so big. Under data, we now have a folder called IrmaVChat 5001 with our metadata here and our dataset here. Perfect. Oh my god, the version is unknown. Are you kidding me? We have chat, source is correct, version is unknown. Man, where's the version? V01, the version should be, no, not you. It's probably under process canonical here. This is actually just spaghetti. Spaghetti folders. You heard of spaghetti code? How about spaghetti folders, man? Like, it's just impossible to navigate because it's like they all are named the exact same thing. Version. Metadata get version. Is this not non-existent? Canonical, chat, name, and version. Oh, right, because the one that I have uploaded is not correct, right? The one that I have uploaded is not up to date, right? It looks like this when it should look like this, right? So let's actually run our other script to begin with, and then we can run this one. So python.source/canonical/Irma process. And there's no help to it, you just run it. Hopefully it works fine, because there are some changes that I made. Yeah, it's not exactly right. Source copy config canonical directory metadata YAML metadata file right, because I moved this metadata file. This was originally under canonical. Yes, this was originally next to it, but now I've moved it into here. So copy path. And we need to make this configurable at some point, but there we go. Yes, I want to overwrite. Boom, that was successful. If we look inside of our data now, we should have the consolidate, which has our data just like before. In fact, 600 or so, that's correct. And then metadata, this now looks correct. And now if I run the other one, this takes that template, boom, we get a new one. Just like so. And if I come over to my NAS now, check out dataset, T2T, canonical, this is hopefully correct. No, this is not correct. What? This metadata is still out of date. And dataset is... Alright, I'm not exporting the dataset, that's fine. Why did this not get overwritten? Name schema version. Even after 1K of your and my 10 hours of coding, we still have something in common, typos, as is with all coders. Typos is the one thing that is constant. It'll never go away. Well, I want to know why this did not get uploaded correctly. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. This shutil is supposed to happen here first, right? Canonical dir, yes. So we're supposed to copy the metadata over and then we can export the entire folder out. Yes. And then once we've exported the entire folder out, then we can copy the contents from the NAS down, and that should give us the correct information now, right? I'm just thinking. All right, that's what I wanted to do. After we process it, I want to be able to upload that information up, right? So let's come over to CPT, chat over here, because this will finish processing that data set. No. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, because this copies it over. This is for dataset. This is for canonical, right? Wait, what the fuck is going on here? I am so confused. Canonical dataset. Why the fuck was it like that? Okay. Canonical, we don't care, because this is just for processing, but not for actually writing and reading from files. This, on the other hand, is responsible for writing and reading from files. And so after we finish writing all of that, we've dumped out the metadata. Now we want to export dataset up. So the metadata.name, this is the new file or folder, right? The new dataset created. Force false, fast fail false, because we want to confirm, and that should be fine. So this is gonna upload our new metadata to the canonical. Yes. Oh my god. File exists. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to delete itself. I have to disagree. I somehow taught myself to be typo free. I usually notice them immediately when I make them. You see, but the thing is, me and Danny were like borderline illiterate. So that does not apply to us. If we could read, then maybe we could be typo free, but as it stands, that's not the case. Okay. Yeah, fuck man. For some reason, why did this happen? This happened during copy tree, and copy tree happened during NAS. Did I forget to wait before doing this? No, we should have time.slept. Oh my god, I'm just gonna put the time.sleep over here. How long does this take to fucking delete the file, man? Because even though there's a duplicate, I try and... It's mostly because the file system hasn't had time to update or finish processing the removal command before it tries to send the copy command. And then it ends up failing before the deletion has been completed, right? Which is why this sleep is here. But it really shouldn't have gotten to this point without sleeping, which is what confuses me. But I don't know. We might have to make it longer. We'll see. Or I might just poll to see if the file still exists. Let's run again. It should work this time now that it doesn't exist. There we go. And now we can run the dataset one. Boom, there we go. If we look inside of canonical, we have the new metadata, which is now correct, right? Chat01 with the type chat. We have the processing script, which I should use to make a master script soon, but this is all correct, right? And then if we come over to dataset, we should have our new dataset here, which is honestly going to look exactly the same except for the metadata, but this is good. This is good now. Doesn't the file system run synchronously if you call the delete command? I don't know how shutil works under the hood, so I can't answer to that, but it's obvious from what I can tell, my script continues processing after I call the removal of the file before the file has actually been removed. And so if I check the path.exists, it'll still say that it's true. So that's the reason why I have time.sleep there. I need to wait like the 1 second to hopefully guarantee that it's now gone. Your body probably taught the same after your recovery, how it got there without sleeping. Yeah. My body be like, I thought I already did this, bro. But nah, I didn't time.sleep 1, I guess. Okay, with that complete, that's okay. I'll continue expanding upon this code off stream, at least for dataset creation. But now I want to make a master script and finish up the rest of the to-dos for here, right? Because I want this to be a little bit more reusable. As it stands, it really does feel like it's just a bunch of better organized, at least, scripts that don't really have a lot of cohesion or a lot of reusability, especially in the dataset side of things, right? Like, I would like to have the import and then export of the final dataset stuff occur outside of this dataset script. Because with how I created this import and export functions, it really doesn't need to be inside of here, right? And especially since we're getting metadata outside, yeah, this really does not need to be the case. Yeah, because I can move this import canonical to the outside and this export canonical or this export dataset to the outside as well. And that's all we really need to do, right? Then the rest of whatever's in here can be exactly the same. As for the metadata stuff, I mean, the metadata stuff would also be copied outside as well. Although, what would the metadata change at all? No, it wouldn't. I would say no for now. Although, maybe you would want some extra metrics, but then I can just return those and that's okay. Yeah. So I'll just have this return none for now. But in the future, I might have this return some like dictionary that I want to append as extra additional info to the metadata that gets uploaded to my NAS. So let's move this import and export stuff to the outside because this does not need to be here, right? Let's close all of these. Man, I wish if only fonts were easier to read at a smaller size and I wouldn't have to be working with this fucked up font size, man, because I literally do not have My context window is absolutely tiny. My human context window right now. Because normally, if I were coding, it would look something like this. But tell me how readable that is to you guys. So, this being on the outside, we'll have this loop out here for data sets or data dir name in metadata input. Because these are going to be the constant ones, right? These are the ones that are here at the beginning and should never change in the future. The only times it'll change is when I want to add something new. Otherwise, I need to maintain backwards compatibility, right? For me, it is somewhat decent watching at 720p. At this fucking size, I feel like you have to squint so hard just to read it. Especially if you're on a phone, I would think. On a phone, it would be impossible to fucking read. But then again, who is reading this shit? Who is actually watching this shit to read it from their phone? I feel like you're just listening to me yap like it's background noise, as per usual. So this importing is done out here. We don't need to worry about that now. Right? Yes. With open metadata name out file, this f out. Yeah, that's fine. And then this can also be moved out to here. So with opening of the working directory, the metadata file, metadata name, metadata file, metadata file can be out here. Yes, and then YAML dump. Want all of that to be included, and then export the name, force, and fast fail. Okay, no, this is all correct now. This is the only thing we need to worry about here. The rest of this, there's nothing else that we need to worry about here. For this part, we don't need to worry about the canonical or this at all. And canonical chat doesn't need to be worried about either. Import export, that can be excluded. The base model, list, shutil, YAML, all of that can be removed. A lot cleaner now. For this one though, we might be missing a ton of stuff. Config directory. I'm gonna add these to constants. Inside of here, you have config raw directory, and this is going to be part of the path. So path os get env, something like this, right? We don't need you, we just need these ones, and we can add these to our environment template. Over, it's out of env, add this here. Path to config raw, canonical, and dataset. And it's out of here. I could just add it like so. And these will all be copy path. Even if I don't have like the actual directory for the raw one, we can still at least make it for all these other ones. Like so, right? Yes. And so instead of config dir like this, dataset.yaml, we can import config dataset directory and config canonical directory. And so instead of config directory here, we can just have the config dataset directory and remove that one. I might even add metadata file. Or yeah, okay. I'm gonna move this to here as well. Just so it's a little bit standardized. Because these are ones that I want to be constant forever. And I see no reason why I would ever need to change it. Metadata file, like so. Working directory, metadata name, yes, yes. Is there anything else that I need to change from here? No. And I would assume this would also be no, although I can add a constant here. Actually, canonical dir as well as metadata file. I can get rid of you, and metadata file. Like so. All this is dataset file. Like so. Anything else we need to adjust here? I don't think so. Yeah, there is no chance on a phone. Like, this is why, like, a lot of the times I prefer to do my coding off stream. It's just like, this is so unproductive, not just like trying to think of what to constantly say. So I'm constantly multitasking my brain between actually coding and trying to think of what to say. But also it's just like the amount of visual information that I have off stream is so much better. Because my second screen is entirely dedicated to like all the stream stuff with like Twitch chat, OBS, and all that other stuff. And then this one is like, it's even smaller because I need to increase the font size so much, right? I don't know. It is what it is. I believe this should be fine now, though. Copy that out, metadata name. This is only the one that we need to do. Okay, I'm willing to say that in terms of dataset processing, this is now complete. We'll do a test run here to see if this basic case works out. Of course it doesn't. We need to fix some stuff. What happened here? Dataset directory. Dataset directory. Right, okay. Because this needs to be a working directory slash that. Because the dataset directory that we get is not here anymore. We used to get that from the imports name script, but that no longer exists, so we need to recreate it here, right? Which is okay. Dataset dir. Oh, dataset dir name. My bad. And then overwrite. Fuck. We need to make that delay even longer, I guess. I don't know why. How long do you fucking want? I'll give you 5 seconds. How about that? It's so cursed, man. I might as well just do a polling method because this is just ridiculous. What? There's no shot. There's no shot. What? It doesn't exist here. It's gonna work on this one because it takes fucking forever for some reason. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Is it because I have it opened? That might be the case. I think it's because I have it open in my file explorer. So the NAS won't let me delete it until I've actually left it. And then once I left it, it can delete it and then, oh my god, that has to be the case. That has to be the case. It's just a stupid Windows thing. Cause like watch. I'm gonna change this to, in fact, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this and I'm gonna show you that that's probably the case, right? So now we have it here, right? No problem. If I try it again, no problem. But if I try it again, and I enter it, and then I hit Y, we get the error. It's literally just a Windows thing. It's just a Windows locking and being like, oh, you can't delete me while it's still open in File Explorer or some shit. Fuck you, fuck you. There you go. That's complete, right? This is A-okay now, right? Let's just check metadata to be sure. Boom, you look good. Check the dataset to be sure. 600 entries, that's about expected. That looks good. Okay, this is complete. Wouldn't it theoretically be possible to set a limited area to be recorded in OBS, like a quarter of your screen or something, which would mean the quarter of your screen is scaled to roughly the entire screen? Okay, but yes, but at the same time, it's like, we've tried that before when I was doing like installing my Linux stuff on my computer. I would have a capture card that would take the entire screen. But then inside of OBS, I would scale up that screen so you look at the quarter of like the top left corner of the screen, right? But that just doesn't work out because now you're missing the bottom left corner of the screen, which is where most of the typing is going on. And then a lot of it is like, you aren't going to fit all the context that I see into the streaming window. It's like, sure, it works sometimes, but effectively that means my entire context window has to be inside of the 1/4 of the screen in order for it to make sense to you guys. And so basically the limiting factor is not screen area, but rather view area, right? Because what I talk about needs to be shown on screen as well, which is kind of annoying. The only way I could see this being feasible is if it tracks to where I'm looking on the screen, and then that becomes super jarring. I would need to get like, I don't know, I'm just spitballing a fucking setup idea. What if I get an eye tracker, like the ones they use for the you look you lose or whatever, and based off of the coordinates of where I'm looking, it would move my OBS scene, or it would translate my OBS source so that it would look at that where that is, with that being the center of the screen, and it would be scaled up to like 200-300% or some shit. I feel like that would be the most unviewable viewing experience. I mean, maybe we could put some smoothing on it, but I feel like that would still be such a terrible viewing experience. That would be fun to try though. I might try that in the future if I ever get my hands on an eye tracker. It does sound very cursed though. Who knows? This might be the new meta in the future. What about window screen magnification, but the magnification is only shown in OBS? I'm not sure how that would be possible because I'm pretty sure OBS, it's not like OBS is running second, a cloned process just with different, um, just with its own different configurations. It's not like it's like that, I would say. It's literally taking the raw pixel values. The only time that would be the case is if you have a browser source and then you interact with the browser source, but then it's not a copy of what I'm seeing, it's its own process, right? I don't think that really is possible. Although I guess... No, it would still be the same problem as well. If you use something like Windows screen magnification, you would still have the problem where, oh yeah, you're only magnifying the top corner, but then I'll be talking about something in the bottom corner down here, right? It's still the same problem. Okay, I think we're done with dataset. Let's create a master script for canonicals. This one... we can follow the same kind of processing pattern, where we have a dictionary of all of these different processings, and then yeah, we can have one that's we can have a dictionary of all the different processings that we have available to us, and then we just do the same thing of import everything based off of the config and then export everything just inside of the directory as per normal, right? So we'll call this a master process.py. Do we call the other one process.py as well? Yes, we do. Process.py, right? And inside of this one, let me copy paste the contents from over here. And so we're importing, creating this modules. So we have common and dataset as well. We're more concerned with common. And then we're also loading the .env. All of this is fine, right? Inside of here, this is going to be main. Inside of main, we have the datasets. No, we're going to call this canonical. This is the canonical that we want to create. Name of canonical to create. And with this one, config canonical dir is going to be canonical.yaml as so, and we'll load in the metadata for this one, not from dataset here, but from rather inside of here. Inside of canonical, we'll have base.py again, and we'll have our metadata inside of there. So from pydantic, import base model, and we have class metadata being this. And inside of canonical metadata, we can copy this information. Should I call this raw? No. I want to call this input, just like the other ones. And so this one is going to be a string. This one is going to be a type of, we have chat, and we also have CPT. Processing script, this is going to be, oh wait, this is a canonical type. Inside of here, we're gonna have a string. Yeah, we're gonna have a string. This one's gonna be a version, this is also gonna be a string, and then this is gonna be a list of strings. Like so, right? Yes. Do I even do this with the other one? The other one... Wait, the other one I'm not even specifying the config type, no? This needs to be of a type chat. Type chat. Yeah, whoopsies. This is something that I need to add to our metadata here. While it's still version 1, we can change the metadata as much as we want. But after we finalize this one, I can't go back and change it ever again. Not without supporting backwards compatibility. Dataset type and dataset type. Boom, boom, yes. And inside of here, we have this being chat. Yes. I will go have a nap because I feel asleep. Okay. Okay, no stream again. Good luck with what you're doing. All right, good night, Danny. Have an enjoyable nap. This is fine. This is fine. Yes, okay, this is fine. So from here, this is not dataset. We're going to have canonical.base. We're going to import metadata from here. Yes, yes. I'm going to delete these two because we are going to need to change those anyways. But yes, we load up the metadata from this canonical. Then inside of here, we look at the inputs. We import the raw data from this data dir name. Force equals true, that is okay. After we import it, if it is going to be a chat01 version, yeah, that is correct. Then we want to process, no, we don't care about the version here, do we? No, because this is going to be the export version, not the import version. Yeah, this is going to be the export version. And so as the export version, we are simply looking at the, how do we do this? Okay, the processing script should generate just like we have inside of canonical, or just like we have inside a dataset. The resulting processor should output something like a canonical chat, right? And then based off of that canonical chat, we'll need to, I guess, transform and export it in a certain format, depending on the chat export format that we have here. And so this is going to do this. How do we want to do this? How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Because I'm also thinking ahead and trying to account for memory. If I make it so, oh yeah, let's just do all the processing stored into a list, and then at the very end we write it out based off of the version in the switch statement, right? We're gonna run into memory issues where if we end up with a dataset with millions of entries and a lot of tokens, then we're not gonna have enough memory, system memory, to hold all of that in, and then the OS is gonna kill the process or some shit, right? I've seen that happen with some of my datasets in the past. But what we need to do is, just like how before, we're using a generator to generate the next conversation and then maybe writing that to our file, we need to kind of do the same thing here, where we're generating a chat entry and then we're exporting that to our file, right? How do we want to do that? I think with this version here, we're going to create a function, right? And save it. And so our, so we're going to have a generator. We need to create a function that accepts a generator, and, or no, we don't need to do that. Do we need to do that? No. No, we don't. Oh, I'm overcomplicating it like crazy. We can just use chain. Inside of Python, we have this function called chain. So from itertools, import chain. And so this basically makes it so I can just append a bunch of generators, and then it'll treat that all as one long ass generator, right? And so we can create our generator here. Entry generator is equal to chain dot from iterable and this chain from iterable, we can pass an iterable to it in order to generate our chain entry. So to do create iterable and populate with iterable. And then we can use this chain iterable to pass it into one of our export functions. And so we can have a export function like canonical, new folder, export, export, export. No, how do I want to say this? Canonical. Canonical.canonical. Inside of here, we'll have chat and CPT like before. And inside of chat, we'll have version 1.0.0. And this is just going to be our JSON-L exporter. So def export canonical. This will take in metadata. And also our generator. So entry generator, which is an iterable of entries. Entries will become chat entries. So where is this gonna be? Like here, basically, right? I might want to make these bases, a common thing, actually. Yeah, let's make this common. Rename this to data model. And so inside of here, where we have chat base, instead of having chat base, we now have common.data model. Yes. And inside of there as well, I might want to add the different metadatas as well. So we have something metadata class dataset metadata, and we'll also have class canonical metadata, and this will be copies of these bases. All right. Yeah, delete that. Fuck, man. I wish I had a bigger fucking more context space, because I cannot navigate this file directory for the life of me. I believe this is all fine now. We'll just need to update some of these. So instead of base, we have common.data model, yes, dataset metadata. And wherever we have metadata, actually, we need to rename this. Dataset metadata. Dataset metadata. I'm also going to get rid of these init files. I really don't think these are needed for anything. All they do is just clutter this place up. I'll do another test run again to see if they're actually necessary, but I really don't think so. I just have this bad habit of putting init files into every single one of my subdirectories, just because I don't know if that affects the import logic at all from Python. Hello, Panico, how you doing? Like, I get the purpose of init as you want to import a directory, let's say, and not the individual file. But outside of that, I don't know what exactly it's for. Like how it influences how the tree is registered and all that stuff. I'm gonna just get rid of those for now and see if this will work out. But I think that should be fine. As for the base here, this canonical type, boom, like so, and then we can keep this like that. So now we can use canonical type inside of here as opposed to having this base here. Get rid of you. Inside of common data model, canonical metadata, and this will be canonical metadata, and that's okay. Yes, yes. So get all that information. We import the raw data, and then how are you? I really like your project and I think it's awesome. Thank you, thank you. I just wish I had more time to actually work on that. With the amount of things that my attention's divided between when it comes to this entire AI VTuber stuff and content creation, I haven't been able to spend as much time on Project Vita, the open source version, as much as I wanted to. Export canonical for version 1. Export canonical? No. Write canonical. Write canonical data for version 1 Yes, this is what I want to get at. So when we process this, I want to have all of that, and then we can process that down there. So from canonical chat version 100, we'll have this as right chat v100. And so when we get this, when we see this specific version, we know we want to export to the specific right chat version. And so we'll pass the metadata as well as the entry generator. And that will handle the generation of metadata or the generation of entries as shown by these scripts here. And then it'll automatically write them to the file inside of there. It's really cool that you're making it open source in the first place. Yeah. Honestly, it was a bigger task than I really thought it was going to be. Just because it's like the differences between something that you would code for yourself versus something that you would code for a wider audience is just like, it's hard, you know? Because it's kind of like the same thing with content creation. You can't please everybody. You just have to know where to put your efforts, really. And knowing where to put your efforts, it just becomes a challenge, especially when you have other goals in mind as well that isn't entirely in the interest of the project, but rather for yourself, right? Something like my own personal integrations, which may not be relevant to 99% of people. Not even 99%, 99.99% even. Like, I doubt anybody would use some of the integrations that I would end up needing for streams and all that stuff. So for this one, for entry in entry generator, we'll write that out. And I guess for version 1.0, all we're concerned about is writing to the actual data.jsonl. So with open working directory metadata.name dataset.jsonl, that is correct. Yeah, that is correct. Let me just import this constant. Canonical chat. We're looking for canonical chat. So for chat inside of chat generator, chat generator, and yeah, actually that's fine. I might even rename this to sample editor or sample generator. But yes, for chat in chat generator, which is our samples, we'll write this out. Exclude unset. Yeah, okay, we'll set that to true. But this should be good. This is all we need for this part, which is nice and simple, thankfully. Copying of metadata, this should always be the same thing. And that is it, right? We just need to create this generator. So this generator will come from import raw data. Imports raw data, and then how is my configuration set up? With the canonical, we specify the inputs, but then we have the processing script here. And so we need to parse out this processing script and just give it to it, right? Because we already did the job of importing. We can just pass the metadata and let it handle the rest. Constant will have processing scripts inside of here, we'll have a new entry for... God, man, there's too many files to open. Inside of here, and how am I gonna do this? Canonical, chat, new folder, processing. And I'll move this into the processing directory. Check this out, please. Wait, is this already out? No. Processing, and I'm gonna rename this to that. And so, from there, we can import that. Although what I can probably do for this is I'm not sure if this will work, but if I include the init, this is a proper case where I might use init. If I include init here, maybe I can just include import from processing and include star, right? I'm not sure if this would work, but let's see if it does. And so this would include this one here, which is our function from... Oh no, that wouldn't work. Import as processing. Processing.that dot generate samples, let's say. Generate samples. Yeah, let's do that. So we have this name here. This will map to our function that we'll create in just a moment. Right? Is this correct? Fucking hell. There we go. Yeah, that should be correct. And so inside of here, we can check the processing script. Processing script is equal to metadata dot processing script. Is this correct? Inside of my data model, yeah, processing dash script instead of underscore. Let's make this a underscore. So it doesn't get confused. These are all fine. So processing scripts, metadata processing script. And if it doesn't exist there, then it'll be a key error, and that's completely fine. Yes, yes. Because I would raise an error otherwise. Sample generator is equal to then the processing script, and we'll pass in the metadata. And I believe that should be it, right? Because the metadata should have the input information, and that should get passed along. So let's now refactor this to have our generate samples. Canonical metadata outputs a canonical chat. It's good. We can skip We're not concerned about the writing or the importing of data, so we can get rid of those. As well as the exporting of the canonical to the NAS and copying of metadata, we can get rid of those. Fout. Instead of fout, we would yield a canonical chat, right? Instead of fout, what would we yield? We would yield a hold on. We would yield a canonical chat, which includes a this one would be not metadata.name and version. We'll leave this to be unknown. Right? Canonical chat. Default version is... Okay, fine. We'll manually set it to unknown. Metadata name, that would come from the actual inputs. And chat, this would be a canonical chat. Something like that, right? Yes. And so, okay. What we first do is we have this here. We open from the source directory. Where's the source directory? This source directory is not actually a source directory, but rather from the working directory. Again, this is going to be the bespoke. Clicking. Oh. This is a very crude way of doing things. Fuck it. For now, I'll just hard code this. This is only gonna work for the one canonical. But I'll change it up in the future because how I'm doing it right now isn't very flexible. Because right now I have two different data sets that I'm consolidating into one in the same script. And they're both being processed very differently, right? This one is processing only the first two entries because the first two entries are actually stream data. And then this one is processing the entire thing because that's for Irma's original data. Yeah, I mean... Okay, what I can do is I can create two canonicals. I'll create a new canonical, call this Irma V, synthetic, not consolidate, but canon. This is going to be 2026. What date is it today? 0208. I believe this is going to be 002 because we already have 0001. And I should be more descriptive with these, so that way I can actually understand what these are, why these are different. Although I don't think it really matters, right? For now, it's not gonna matter. Rename, this one is Canon. And so in O1 specifically, we're only concerned with for data dir name inside of the inputs. We're going to open it with that, like so. Filtered dataset mixed, sure. And we have exactly like so, which is what we had before. Data load S, get the conversation. If it's nothing there, we continue. Otherwise, we turn this entire chat into one thing because the entire chat is already conversation ready. And so instead of metadata dir name, we can call this dir name instead. And instead of this chat, we can create our own chat. This is going to be canonical chat entry with role is equal to role being message role, and content being message content. Wait, no, it's not like that. Message content for message in convo. That is correct. Oh my God, this is already getting out of hand. And I need the formatter so bad in this project already. I should have set that up to begin with. But yes, we yield this chat and this should already be good, right? I can put some doc string to explain what this does later on, but for now this is okay. And we can just delete all of this. Now for this other one, metadata file. We don't need this metadata file. This canonical directory name, we aren't concerned about that. We aren't concerned about, we aren't concerned about any of those. Although we are concerned about the creation of the directory out here. Oh no, that's already done for us. We shouldn't need to worry about the creation of the directory. It's already done by shutils for us. But here we can copy all of this information. Actually, let's get rid of some stuff. We don't need those imports because those are handled by the master script. We don't care about importing, exporting of data. Working directory, we might need that. This information is needed elsewhere. And we don't care about shutil at all. Yeah, we don't. OS. We don't care about OS. JSON, we care about path. Not so much, do we? I mean, we kind of do, but Not really. We don't need to build or construct any path objects ourselves. Okay. Wow, that's a lot leaner. Let's copy paste this into our other processor here and copy paste the logic for that over. So this tokenizer logic is specifically for making sure that our conversations don't exceed the context length, because it is like several dozen thousand tokens long. And these are my thresholds for that. The raw files, raw files inside of lister name, file name inside a lister, side of working dir, data dir name, and then it would look a lot different. I'm just going to delete all of this. And we're going to use this instead. So we have raw files for file name inside of raw files. The source directory is just this, right? Source dir. I'm going to reuse this around here because it's probably going to be called a lot. File name, open it for reading. We only take the first two. Get the conversation as per usual. We go through the whole chunking process, and whenever we're about to F out, instead we yield with the conversation. So yield, yield with this information. Message inside of convo chunk. Data dir name, data dir name. Yes. Convo chunk. I believe this is all good now. I just need to add this version. And this is going to be 2 instead of 1. That should be good. Now, if I come over to my configuration for the canonicals, I could create another one, rename this one to be 2. Only include number 2, use version number 2. Well, this should be fine. And same with number 1, I can get rid of the second one and only keep number 1. So, hopefully this works now. If I call python./source/canonical process.py -c, I'm going to include this name here, number 1. Copy, rename, copy the name, and use this name. What do we have here? Canonical processing has no attribute. Fuck, I forgot. Oh wait, canonical processing has no attribute this. Okay, that makes sense. So we're gonna have to do it like this. We're gonna have to do it like this. Where is the init of here from? Import generate samples as that. Irma V. Okay, we're just going to import all of the functions as follows. This is going to be where we define all of our processing functions, and then we just create a dictionary of them here, right? It's not the most elegant solution, but I can refactor that in the future if I get too bothered by it, but it's whatever. So, try this again. Canonical processing. No module, canonical processing. (001). Irma V synthetic. Oh, it's not that. Hold on. Irma from dot Irma V synthetic canon 2026 0208 000 1 and 2. We're gonna import generate samples as those. My god. Ah, great. If I wrap using quotes, will that work? Nope. Nope. Place all of these with underscores. Replace all of these with underscores. And let's hope the relative imports do work here. Seems to be working. Data dir name is not specified here. Hello. Should be. Oh, it's syntax error because I forgot the comma. Probably the same thing with down here as well. Forgot the comma and forgot the comma. Canonical metadata is not defined. Let autocomplete do its thing. Config canonical dir is not defined. Where is this? Process, the main process function. Handle this for me, please. We're missing something else as well. Config canonical dir. And this should be good. Import raw data is not defined. Fantastic. not data exporter, is NAS. Oh, okay, we're almost there. Processing script. Did you mean process script? Process script or processing script? Process script. Right. Oh my god, I got too many folders open again. Process script, processing script. Processing scripts, process script. Tuple has no what? Where is this coming from? Because this should not be a tuple. I'm running number 1. I am yielding out this data. Canonical chat. Yeah? Model dump JSON. Chat. Chat. Chat from chat generator. It should just be generating a canonical chat. Where else am I calling yield from? Shouldn't be anywhere else. Yield canonical chat, chat. That should be fine. Model dump JSON, unset true. Chain from iterable. Okay, let me just see what chat is. Print chat. So in terms of chat, what do we have here? Oh, we have chat. And then this. What? No. That does not seem right. What the fuck? Chat is equal to this. Where the fuck is that coming from? Chat is equal to... Okay, it has to be number 1 because that's what we're processing. Chat is equal to canonical chat entry. This looks like it should be fine. So why is chat getting exported like this? Chat with chat entries. Oh, it's not being exported as a canonical chat. It's being exported as a tuple. That's really strange. That is actually very strange. Why is that doing that? Chat with this array, and that's it. I am highly confused. Chat generator, canonical chat, process pi, metadata, sample generator's chain from iterable. Processing script, metadata, what in the fuck? Let me just check this really quick. Yeah, what the hell? Okay, wait, that's really weird. What if I wrap this inside of a tuple like that? What does this result in? No, I don't want it to be sent out as a tuple like that. Let me search. Yielding a pydantic model results in a tuple. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Iterable? Is iterable not doing what I expect it to do? Okay, chain isn't even necessary here, I would say. We just pass the sample generator directly. And let's see if this changes anything. Because maybe chain is fucking it up. Seems like it. Seems like chain was fucking it up, which is weird. Oh, maybe it's because I'm doing from iterable. It's also considering my results as iterable, and so it's going into those as oh. Wait. Oh, it's not considering generators as iterables. It's considering whatever is sent back by the generator as an iterable. And so the object attributes get iterated over. Oh, that's so stupid. Okay. That might be it, honestly. But this should now be fine. And I can get rid of... Where's that print statement? This print statement here. And if we check our data now, we should have a new data set. I don't want that to be called consolidate, so let's rename it to is this really still called consolidate? Yes, it is. Well, let's rename that. Synthetic cannon. Processes over here. Synthetic cannon. Synthetic cannon, and have all of these be underscores. Yes, yes. And here. Just underscores for everything. Thank you, Owen, for the follow. What's up? What's up? I am doing pretty good, but just a bunch of tedious work right now. Trying to make my dataset pipeline and all the templates for it. I need a better naming convention because this naming convention is really tedious to type out every single time. Aesthetic, that's okay. What are you working on? Yeah, basically just a dataset pipeline where I have a ton of data for training my LLMs and stuff. A bunch of data. And I just want a better way of organizing and making sure that I can reproduce a lot of my experiments. So just having one project, one repository that houses all of my processing scripts and standardizes everything. So that way I can kind of like keep track of what data goes where and what data was used for what. This seems to be good. Now let's rename these with our new names. Again, seriously need a new naming convention because this is way too long of a name. Although, how often am I really going to be making more of these templates, really? I don't think all that often. But I think this is fine now. Let's rename this config. Synthetic Canon 2026 0208 0001. Yeesh. No such file or directory. Dataset JSON L. Ah, yeah. Okay, so I do need to make the directory then. When we open this file, let's do an os make dir with all of that, exists true, metadata name. Yes, and same thing needs to be done for dataset down here. Unless if we already do it, to which we don't. So let's do that. Do I seriously not do it here? I thought I would. Process chat 001. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's get rid of that. So this should work now. Number one, did you mean OS? Great. Import OS. And we don't need chain anymore. 1, 2, boom, complete. Inside of data, we now have our synthetic canon 01. Metadata has been copied over successfully. And the data here, we should have approximately 500 samples if I remember. Yes, we do. So that is correct. And number two, it is going to take a little bit longer because it is more processing that needs to be done. This looks to be correct, right? We have approximately 100. That is correct. Metadata JSON L. That is also correct. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. How do I... Right. Pydantic enum to string in model dump. How do I convert? There's a certain config you can set. Config, use enum values true. Yes, this is it. There was a better way of specifying this, no? Model config. This is where it is. And I need to import that from there. Yes, okay. So from data models, common data model, config dictionary, and under, where would it be? Like here. Put it for everything, really. Although I could just have a base one. What data are you working with? A lot of it is data from Hugging Face. It's a whole bunch of data, really. A lot of it is from Hugging Face, yeah. There's too much to really state where they're from. but another one is just chatting streams. I tell everybody that for just chatting streams, I do collect the chat logs as well as the responses from Irma V in order to consolidate them into a actual data set to be used, right? And it's not like, yeah, I know some people are always going to be like, oh my god, I can't believe you're stealing our data to train a model. It's not trying to train in anybody's likeness. The data that I'm using from the just chatting streams is just as a prompt or an input to get a different LLM to generate a response, and then I train off of that LLM's responses, right? Because really all I need is just the context of a Twitch chat to be like, yeah, I just need Twitch chat data in order for the LLM to be able to react to, and having it be from an actual just chatting stream makes it as close of a representation as possible to what the actual inference scenario would look like, thus giving us the best possible chance that Irma can actually converse properly during a just chatting stream, for example, right? However, that kind of data wouldn't work too well for if I were to have a conversation with her, because what you type in Twitch chat is very different from what you would actually be saying IRL, because you're abbreviating your messages quite a bit inside of Twitch chat, and how I'm formatting the data from Twitch chat is very different from how I would be formatting data that I'm speaking directly, right? Okay, this should hopefully be enough to fix this. Overwrite, yes. If I check number 1 now, we now have type chat. Okay, this is correct now. And name, yeah, input. Okay, this is all correct. Let's go. 1, 2. This is all good. And then this one, I'll need to rename you to be my new data sets. So this is Irma V synthetic canon, Irma V synthetic canon, O1 and O2. We can consolidate these now, and I guess this would be a good case of us testing the consolidation code in order to get a new data set that I can just take and fine tune with. And hopefully, once this finishes fine tuning in like a couple hours, I should have a new Irma V model that incorporates the good theme motif incorporation from when she debuted, alongside her ability to converse in longer conversations from that we saw in her last just chatting stream. They both had obvious weaknesses, but hopefully combining the two datasets in this sort of way should give us a good base for me to continue iterating upon in order to improve her personality over time. So let's change this to be source/dataset/process_pi, with the dataset being, let me rename this. I'm gonna standardize using underscores from now on. Irma V chat 050001. Great. Import to OS. What? Irma V synthetic canon 2028-001 does not exist. What? Did I forget to run on the second one? No. Did I forget to copy over? I think we're copying to the wrong location if this is the case. Shit. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Canonical processing, CPT. For chat, 01. What's happening here? Working directory. Yes, we do that. After processing, though, don't we export the data? And then that's what it's asking for us to... Metadata name. Metadata name. I mean, this should be working. I don't know where it's sending it off to. Overwriting destination. Irma V synthetic cannon 002. Dataset. Wait, why is it being sent to dataset? Oh, why the fuck is it being sent to dataset? Oh, because I'm copying the wrong... I'm using the wrong function. I'm using the wrong function. Whoopsies, this is canonical. Canonical. And this should be right. Exports canonical. Yes, okay. My bad. Okay, it's not the worst, I guess. So let's do 1. Let's do 2. Let's delete all of the data sets we have here. First of all, check canonical. Does this exist? Yes. Okay, let's delete the consolidate because this is not necessary. And if I can open metadata, please. If I can open metadata, please. We should see. This is correct. Yes, we have the underscores. This should be correct. And O2 is there as well, which wasn't there before. So, oh, my eyes. Let's run the data set one. Oh, we got some more errors. Convo missing. None type is not iterable. Convo. Convo get messages. What? Process canonical. Wait. Did I mess up somewhere? Canonical dataset. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. Something's up here. We open... Where is it? Dataset, JSON-L, synthetic cannon, 2028-01-02. We've copied them over. And then... Working directory, dir name, none type for that. Convo messages. Is it messages or message? Why is it chat? Oh. No. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be chat. It should be messages. Fuck. Where is it? Why the hell did I name it chat? This should not be chat. This should be messages. Messages, and I need to fix it up inside of everywhere else that I use this in. Specifically, it should only be processing, right? Messages. And messages, and messages. Let's try this again. 1. Oh. Identic. Where the am? Oh, I forgot to save here. Overwrite. It's because I have this open. Annoying thing. Try it again. And try this again. Just gonna take a little bit of time. Yes, overwrite. And last but not least, oh, right, because this is not chat, this is messages. What? There's no attribute chat. Messages. There we go. Now, dataset. Chat01. Dataset, boom. They should have 600 or so entries. Perfect. Metadata. 1, 2. The name here. Chat, all of that. Alrighty. This looks good. Now, I can make use of this data inside of my training scripts now. Or actually, I don't have a way to import directly and train on that, but okay. I need to work on my training pipeline, but I think I'm going to work on that off stream and probably tomorrow. But this is pretty good. I'm not going to lie. This is very useful. It is a little bit verbose. It might be a little bit cumbersome, but I'll improve it as time goes on. And really, this is just for myself, really. It's not like this is a public project or anything. But, yeah. Anyways, let me add a git ignore here. In fact, no. Not gonna put a git ignore inside of there. Let's add a git to the git ignore here. Once I finish this, or I might do this off stream. Yeah, I'm gonna do this off stream. Anyways, thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you for tuning into today's stream. I'm thinking we're gonna be back on the regular schedule starting next week. Now that I'm no longer feeling all that sick. So yeah. Hopefully I don't get sick anytime soon again, because I swear to God, man, 2026 is going to be the year in which I'm perpetually sick. Oh no. Anyways, I'll see you all next time. Goodbye.